I don't know what they're printing them with, but I find mine so far look pretty good. Showing off a green screen color, but they're not as flexy as those ones you're talking about. And these are PNTG, so audio is muted. You can't hear the video or you can't hear me. Hey, C Drone, what's up, dude? Can't hear the video. That's weird. How's that? Does that sound better? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I've been using OBS for a while, so give me a minute here to change some things. Obviously, a minute since I've even used OBS. Thanks for everybody coming in. I'm just printing out these props and getting them tested out later on today. Hopefully, I'll have them done by then. It should only take another hour and a half to print these suckers this size. These are 40 millimeter, or at least what they say. But yeah, hope you guys are all having a great day. Let's see, we got the printer back working again. Didn't pick up the new audio source. We turned off the music for some reason. Yeah. I mean, this is the first time I've used OBS in a while, too. It's the R thing. Meh. You can claim me all day. It doesn't matter. I guess the only way for me to do it properly right now, until I figure out why OBS isn't sharing the audio. No screen camera. I don't know if you can hear this video either. Probably not, if that last one didn't work. if you can hear that. It's probably not going to work. I don't know what I did wrong last time. Let's see. Stop audio. Display capture. Properties. Oh, thanks, Flag Zone. All right, well, let's see if this will work. I don't know if it will. Kind of wanted to watch this video earlier today. I don't know if you'll hear it or not. And if you can't hear it, maybe I'll just screen share it, which probably would make more sense anyway. Let me just screen share it. Let's go back and go to, whoops. Kevin James, what's up, man? Welcome in. I'm just 3D printing some props. Always controversial props. Let me know if you hear the audio on this one.
And this is massive. Just look at it compared.
Do you hear this?
And I'm not just talking about the body being printed. Literally everything, including the motors and the pieces that hold everything together, were printed. And this thing is massive. Just look at it compared to this normal size quadcopter. From one motor to another, it's 28 inches, which means with the props on it, it'll be over 1 meter wide. In this video, I'm going to build almost the whole thing, but for now, let's talk about the motor. Now, in a previous video, I built this version of the motor, which was designed by Christoph Lamer. However, since then, I've made a few upgrades. So quickly, let's go over how this motor works. Inside the motor, there's a core printed from magnetic PLA, which copper wire is wrapped around. Magnets are inserted into the perimeter of this outer housing, which creates a field that the coils interact with when energized. Look at that. Wow. Now, all these parts of the motor work great. However, up at the front of the motor, there's some room for improvement. In the original design, the propeller is locked onto the motor with this interlocking feature, and then the whole motor is held together with an 8mm shaft and collar. This doesn't seem very reliable to me, so I threw out the old design and fixed it. My version uses heat stake inserts and adds some air vents, which will actually pump air into the motor to help with cooling. Now you might be asking, Michael, what happened to the 8mm shaft? Well, I traded it for the world's best fastener, the shoulder bolt. Shoulder bolts have a precision ground portion, which will allow the bearings to rotate freely and precisely. And then at the end, they have a thread portion, which can be used to clamp the motor together.
When I disassembled the old motor after testing, I found that the bearing in the front of the motor was starting to wear into the housing. That is not what you want to see right there. All of that is caused by this bearing.
That should be better now, hopefully. Dyson Chase. Ooh. He said weedstone. No audio again. What the hell? How's that possible? Oh, wow. Weird. It's so weird. There's definitely a bug in StreamYard. I'll rewind it a bit here so you can see.
The same thrust hand I used in my previous testing. I was swapping over some parts to it and then realized the load cell didn't look right. That is not supposed to look like that. It looks like the top Wheatstone bridge got completely destroyed somehow. Luckily, these things are like $8 on Amazon, and Big Jeff will get it to your house in 2 days. So I got a new load cell, and I went to put it on. Is this not working? Oh, they're different size holes. So I was like, no problem. I got plenty of bolts laying around. But that's when I realized the previous and the new load cells don't have the same bolt pattern. At this point, I was getting mildly frustrated and decided just to fix the aluminum plate with a hand drill. But then I realized the motor adapter plate won't work anymore either since there's a new hole spacing. So I had to reprint that. And after all that, finally, we're ready to test. Before we get any further, I want to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor, PCBWay. If you do projects like me, they offer a wide range of services that you might find helpful. They offer high-quality PCBs at really affordable prices, as well as CNC machining and even metal 3D printing. If you don't need metal parts, they can do plastic 3D printing, and they can even use high-performance plastics like nylon. I already tested the max thrust of this motor. But one thing I noticed was the motor has a very laggy throttle response. To measure this, I wrote some code which tells the motor to start from 10% power and go directly to 100% power. I am sure the ESCs hated this, but luckily, nothing exploded.
Some explosives on this one. Something must be different.
As a baseline, I also did the same test with the biggest off-the-shelf motor that I have. This is definitely not a one-to-one comparison because there's a huge size difference and rotational mass difference between these two motors.
Right.
But listen, I'm still going to compare them anyway. Looking at the data, the off-the-shelf motor reached its max thrust in 0.8 seconds. However, the 3D printed motor took almost 2.5 seconds. I'm not sure if this is because there's just way more rotational mass to accelerate, or if it's a result of not having a ferrite core like off-the-shelf motors. Either way, it will definitely impact the performance of the quadcopter, but luckily, I think it's good enough. Now, this video isn't just about the motor. We're building a quadcopter, right? And what's the most important part of a quadcopter? The arms, of course. It's got 4 of them. These are the arms for the quadcopter. You will notice that they are very fancy. That is because I used a generative design tool to make them. Now, generative design has been around for a while, but it's seen a recent resurgence on YouTube, so I figured I'd give it a shot. The way this worked was I gave the tool a starting shape that looked like this, and I told it to remove as much material as possible while keeping the strength it needed. After all the optimization, I was left with this. Comparing it to the original shape shows just how much was removed. I was really excited with how these turned out. Now these arms are pretty big, so I'm printing them on my Neptune 3 Max, which Elgu was nice enough to send over. And these things printed great, and they're actually pretty strong. All right, let's do a little bit of a strength test. This is really only going to have to support about 3 kilograms, but we'll see what it can hold. It's a very scientific test here. All right, so clearly the dovetail portion is the weakest point, which is kind of ironic because that's the only part on here I did design. But just to make sure they could handle the forces from the motor, I went ahead and did a test at max power. Okay, well, cool. The motors work, the arms work. Now all I have to do is a lot more printing. Literally so much printing. All told, printing the pieces for this quad used about 3 kilograms of filament. By far, though, the largest print was this center section. It used almost an entire roll of filament and took 2 days, even though I was printing much faster than normal using Clipper.
That's super thick.
After 2 days of printing, look how close this was
They're running out of filament. This is a brand new spool right before I started.
That's a lot of material. That thing is thick.
Oh my god, that's heavy. So I got most of the support material out, which is good. But then I realized there were some very unfortunate layer shifts that went on towards the end of the print.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine and you're not really fine.
I guess this is what I get for switching to Clipper.
Yeah.
That sucks. So since
Clipper.
these layer shifts cause this to protrude at the end, it means that when I go to insert the arm,
It's
it's going to not go in all the way. So
Dremel
clearly
tool.
I'm going to have to reprint this.
All right, well, that's going to take at least another 2 days. But that's all for this video, so subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'll use a Dremel tool and a little bit of 3D printing pen and kind of color it, make it perfect. But man, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I got to be testing mine out here eventually pretty soon, and then we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'll have enough time today to get it before it starts raining. But yeah, it should be fun. I'm going to share another cool video from flight test that we might get a copyright strike for. What the hell, right? It's all about 3D printing today, and we're just sharing some shit while I 3D print. So hopefully you guys having a good day. My first day of the week off here. I'm off for the rest of the week. And just going to work on some 3D printing designs and flying and all kinds of new shit. So keep on the lookout. It'll be a busy week if the weather allows it. So here's a cool video. Hey
friends, welcome to Flight Test. We have a really fun episode today. We are going to be pushing the limits, flying as fast as I think we ever have with a 3D printed airplane.
This is the Model R from Eclipson. Also, big shout out to Color Fabs with this awesome lightweight PLA filament in green.
Yes.
Looks amazing. Don't even have to paint it.
So we're not only going to be pushing the limits with speed, but also weight and FPV. We've never flown one of these FPV before. This thing can supposedly hit over 100 miles an hour. We're going to put our FPV system on it. We are going to go ripping all over Edgewater, push the limits, push the wings to the limits, and see if we can come back in one piece.
You ready to do this?
I'm ready to do this.
Get it done.
Rather than wait until this is all built before I paint this, I'm going to go ahead and do this canopy here, mask it off and paint it. Now, this is my own idea. This is actually right in the build video where they recommend doing so. It's a lot easier to manage this piece than the whole entire airplane. I'm just copying what he did in the video. Just simply tracing out the canopy. I'm going to cut this out, remove it, mask it off, spray this. Then I can come back and the canopy's already painted and all done.
Yeah, I'm thinking about printing one after I watch this video. I've got some cool new things for that. I don't have any lightweight PLA, so that's going to be a little harder. Those rods that they're using.
I tell you, every single one of these that I build,
Yeah.
like, steps up. I remember the very first one with tape hinges, and now, I mean, there's just no way you could repeat these lines with foam board or even with balsa.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
and feel the weight.
Things
So,
lighter than air almost.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And this is with the new lightweight PLA that's green. And
Yes.
look at the color contrast with the popping. I mean, just two totally different worlds.
Yeah, this is also lightweight. So lightweight PLA, it's got the green, they've got the red, it's got the yellow, the silver, the black.
Yeah.
Just all these cool different scenarios coming out for these sweet filaments.
The weight,
You have to just feel it for yourself because it's literally, it is as if you're not even holding anything,
Yeah.
really.
5 years ago, I was talking like there's no way 3D printed planes are ever going to really be a mainstream thing.
Yeah,
Thank
Oh, yeah.
God I was so wrong because it's therapeutic. Like,
yeah.
you got a lot of time cutting them, yes.
Yeah.
But when it comes time to assembly, this is every bit as satisfying for me as putting together one of our foam board models.
And that's saying something from John Glickler's point of view.
Yeah. Well,
That's all.
and it's just two different worlds. Like you build a foam board airplane, you're ready for that next challenge, but you love the satisfaction of the assembly.
Mhm.
And where we fold together, it's like, fuselage. We just glue this together and it's like, fuselage. So it's as simple as that, and everything lines up. So, I mean, I started on this 15 minutes ago. and the fuselage is pretty much done. I got one more glue joint, and then we're onto the tail.
That's amazing.
So, all
3D
right.
printing for the win.
So things are going to go pretty fast here. The fuselage is pretty much done. My next step here, as soon as I get this glued, is the tail assembly, and then we're onto the wings, and then it's just simply a matter of putting electronics in it. So
That's legit.
yeah.
Well, good luck, sir.
Thank you. What are you doing?
So I'm sending down these little 3D printed little pegs here. And the reason that we're doing that is when they're 3D printed this small, there's little burrs and everything. And they're too big for the holes. So we either have to drill through the plastic, which is not a good idea, or we have to sand them down. So that's what we're doing.
And that right there is always good to make sure that your settings
Just
and
like that?
everything are fitting together. You should be able to put your prints together like Lego. Especially if the designer made the file a certain size and a certain dimension.
All right, so this is an incredibly fast airplane with very, very small wheels. We're not going to be able to land this successfully in the tall grass without flipping it over, and I don't want to do that damage, so we're going to be building the version that belly lands. Now, the really cool thing about this is this does have a wing option, which enables you to be able to put the landing gear in, and it's insane how well they design this, and it's incredibly strong. Along with that, these wheels, they're not just hard plastic, they're actually squishy here, and they're also 3D printed. This is a new filament called VariAssure. It's incredible for printing wheels and soft, pliable objects like what you see here. Now, this filament is the exact same filament that we used on our bush plane, and it's just incredible how well it works. We're going to put a link down below to this filament because it's fantastic for wheels for model airplanes.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's skip ahead a little bit here, but it's a great content. Great build.
Amazing things are going to better. Dave came out and joined me today. He's going to help hand launch this so I can keep my hands on the controls. Ready to launch it?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Take a look. My guess is it's going to pull right out of your hand pretty big. So, Are you ready, Noah?
Ready.
All right. I'm nervous and excited. Holy cow. Did you see the torque?
Yeah.
All right. Just like every Eclipse model, the torque is real. I'm at 25% throttle, and it flies on rails. All right. I'm just going to say I think this is my favorite model. I cannot wait to mess with Mike and put the coals to this thing.
I know you said this is your favorite model so far, but I think they're all my favorite.
They
Eclipse
are.
does such a beautiful job.
The fact that we can actually display these and everyone has a unique flying characteristic, but they're all just equally balanced.
It's already got pretty good speed. You're at what, half throttle?
A little bit under. What is that, about third?
Yeah.
What do you think? Should we do a high-speed pass?
Yeah, go for it.
I want to just mess with Mike. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Mike, you did a good job keeping up with it, bud.
I don't know where you are now, though.
I'm going to do a fast pass. Whoa! That has to be every bit of 100 miles an hour.
Like it.
Holy cow. All right. Big lazy loop. Oh, look at that, Dave. All right, Dave, you got to fly this. I'm going to land this and then you fly it, okay? You down?
Sure.
The one thing I noticed, it is slippery.
Wow.
Oh! That's how durable it is.
A little bit of a clip there.
So I think I know why this happened here. We didn't put the landing gear mod on purpose because we wanted to be able to belly land it. But what that does leave exposed are these two guys right here. And if you look right there, that got snagged. And what it did is when it landed, it jerked that violently and cracked that loose. But the cool thing is we just got to glue it back together. I don't see a single thing wrong with it. Well, we're not going to be able to let you fly it today, but we do have another idea. We're going to put some FPV on this sucker, and we are going to go pylon racing FPV style. Awesome. Let's do it.
Dang, dude.
This is it.
That's it?
So this happens to everybody, me especially. You get all excited to get something built and get it flying. You forget something really crucial, like the guards for the servos. The
Yes.
second I landed, I'm like, oh, you know what would have been really good as guards for servos? They were here the whole time. I just was such in a hurry just to put this thing together. I'm like, it's going so fast. read the instructions.
Yeah.
Take your time, do it right. Basically, what these do, guys, is these protect the servo from getting snagged. So if I would have had this and I would have landed, it would have acted as skids on the wings. It would have protected it. And this is actually sitting higher than even the control horn.
Right.
So everything would have been protected. We're actually really lucky. And dude, I'm really amazed. This is lightweight PLA.
Yeah.
The fact that it took that snap the way it did,
Unbelievable.
it was violent. It was really violent.
Like if you held the filament and just the plane in your hand, you'd think
Yeah.
that any little would
Yeah.
just explode it to pieces. But
And
it held up really nice.
From this point on, I want every one of my planes to be this crazy green color. I love it.
Yeah. So the cool thing about this is that ColorFab have been doing a lot of innovative stuff with filaments, and obviously they've gotten their new lightweight PLA, but it's always only been in like black and natural. But now they've came out with these sweet new colors. The one we're having here is obviously the green one.
Yep.
The cool thing about it is for our community, they're going to be doing a 15% off code.
Yeah.
Flight. It'll be down in the description. You can check that link.
Damn.
So you can get 15% off the order of this new lightweight filament.
That would
And
be
there's
cool.
also a discount with Eclipse.
Correct. So there's going to be 5% off all of the designs that Eclipson makes. It's also coupon code FLIGHT. You can check that down below.
Yeah.
For all the different designs that he's made, you can actually go and purchase those with that discount code.
Yep.
Go check them out. Give them some love. They're all making awesome products and innovating the game. We obviously love them. We have a ton of their planes up here on the wall, which is really cool. We've done almost like
It's
5
gonna-
or 6
Yeah,
different
every
designs
couple
now.
months, we're going to add a couple more. And now that our 3D printers are coming back online, we're going to be cutting them out ourselves or
Yes.
printing them out ourselves.
Yes, we're
it's
gonna print
not
them
foam board.
So what are you going to do here?
Here's
then?
the damage I did. And
Yep.
it looks like, oh my gosh, this is bad. It's really not that bad. And what you can do is you can literally just take a barbecue stick, which if you're part of the flight test community, you have 1,000 of these. And you can simply roll this around and put a nice controlled bead right where you need it
That's
without
awesome.
making it too sloppy. Gonna work a little bit quicker here. And then we're just gonna press it back in place. And once it's kicked, it's good to go. All right, so we have big plans for this now. Yeah, we're back together.
Beautiful.
We have big plans. We've already flown this. I wanted to pass it over to my good friend Dave Jester here to fly it. I landed it. I snapped the servos. We're gonna install these guys, but also we've never done this before, but a lot of Eclipson's planes are FPV capable. We're gonna go ahead and hook this up with our HD FPV system here. I'm gonna go ahead and tuck this in kind of here. And then even with all this in here, I also want to up the battery.
Okay.
Four cell 2200.
Okay.
Now
That fits perfect.
we're going from a 1300 4-cell tattoo battery to a 2300 4-cell 45C tattoo battery. This thing's going to be heavy. It's going to be crazy fast. We're going to push limits. We're going to carve through Edgewater, and we're going to see that I can get this thing back in one piece.
It's going to be sick.
Have some
Let's
fun.
do this. Good
Let's
luck,
give it
sir.
15 minutes. We're going to fly.
Boom.
So this is pushing the limits here. Eclipson, I'm sorry here. We got to see how durable this is. We got a 2200 4-cell battery. We got our HD FPV system here. All together, almost 1 pound, 12 ounces. So if we're flying fast, we're pulling some G's with this kind of weight and it stays together, that's awesome. Batteries are charged, we're ready to fly.
All right, so we're here at our runway, and it is blazing.
Yesterday did calm, beautiful, crisp. We get to see how this handles wind. There's no oar in it, but now I really wish there was because you guys would probably see lots more smooth FPV. But it is heavy.
Yes.
Heavier wing loading usually means smoother.
Yes.
We're going to activate this. There are air holes through here, but I'm going to power this up right before we take it off because I don't want to have the DJI unit overheat.
Yes, correct.
So are we ready, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
See yourself?
I do. I look like I'm flying a catfish.
That's double
It
wind in
looks
my face.
amazing.
Double wind in my face. All right, I'm gonna walk out to the edge of
All right, you ready?
the thing.
Give me a little bit of a push.
Little
About
bit of a
30 degree
push,
angle, nice
like
and level.
what, like a 30 degree up?
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, that's good.
All right, pedal down.
Yeah.
All right.
You good, Mike?
Yep.
All right.
Whoa!
Beautiful.
Woo! Yeah, buddy.
Holy cow, this is fast.
Dude, you were halfway down the runway before I could even say Bob's your uncle.
There's something special about flying a conventional style airplane because you have that big old vertical tip fin. This thing, even with all this wind, this is carving through. Are you even on me, Mike?
Dude, you are blazing fast.
Well,
dude.
that's half throttle. Here's full throttle.
Good luck, Mikey. Good luck keeping up with the Model R, bro.
You guys are probably gonna get is probably from mine, but here I'll slow down, Mike, so you can get footage. I'm on you. Oh, are you? Awesome, man.
Oh, my
I feel really comfortable with this thing. I want to start doing sketchy things. All right, here's a fast pass, guys.
Fast, fast. Oh my gosh, that is so. Watch out for the tree! Woo! I don't know how close you were to that
turns
tree.
look big and sweeping, but guys,
man.
there's a lot of G-forces involved here. Oh,
You inverted?
yeah, I'm inverted.
Oh, that looks-
Last time I went to pass the transmitter and I broke it so quickly, I didn't get to kind of feel the plane out, so I want to do that now, fly some slow flight. Yeah, cruising at like third throttle is
Really?
real. Yeah, even with all this weight in here. All right, there's some gaps I just love.
Dude, you gotta go
So
for
this
some
is
gaps.
yes!
Yes! You did it!
Is it
That
Bob
gap-
still alive?
Yeah, he went, dude. Michael went through the tree.
Through the tree. I like that. That's
Dude,
bold,
there's
Mike.
a ton of pine needles just went poof.
All right, so guys, if I break this, we can print another, right?
Yes, you can print another. You can print other parts. We're good.
I love the freedom of. I just keep turning with it.
I know you're just moving and grooving.
The smooth plane.
I love the freedom of it getting carved around here.
Oh,
And
it's
the plane,
amazing.
it has no bad tendencies.
That's
Like you
fantastic.
take an edge and stuff, even when I throttle back on hammer on it, it's fine. And I'm carrying an Insta360 Go on the wingtip and this FPV system.
And a heavier battery.
This thing is dirty here.
That's amazing.
All right, one more gap. What do you think? I don't know.
I like it. You find a gap that you think is a bit crazy, and you do it.
All right, I think this is a little stupid of me.
Listen,
Okay,
we like stupid here.
I'm gonna just line up here. This is a little stupid.
Listen, it's
I
okay.
mean, we did this so you don't have to.
We did this.
Ooh, that was-
You're good. You're good. Oh, you look like you got a good line.
Yes!
Are you kidding me?
That was awesome!
Are you kidding me?
All right,
No!
that was awesome!
No!
All right.
Josh, you land that plane right now. You can't get better than that.
This long,
I'm gonna land this plane.
Oh my God!
Oh
my
my
heart
God.
is on fire.
Maybe
That was a blast.
Oh my God!
And you know, landing under the hood, I think, is a little bit easier too. Look at this, right there.
Oh,
Not all day long.
yes, let's go, man.
All right, guys, this is a must-have just for an all-around fun airplane. It
Oh, for
flies
sure.
good at a normal cruising speed on a 3-cell battery. It also flies awesome FPV. And a huge shout out to the most beautiful planes visually, the most beautiful planes flying, and it's not hard to put together.
Phenomenal. And again, make sure you check out Color Fab, Eclipse In. Go check the links below. Give them some love.
Guys, and leave down in the comments below. I want to see a 2X version of this where we partner with some buddies and blow this thing up. Let us know in the comments below if you'd like to see a 2X version of the Model R.
We'll see you guys next time.
Now I'm realizing that these are about 4.5 inch prop, so might have to change up. Hey Lambo, might have to change up the print file for something I can actually use, or I could just use a 4.5 on a 5-inch drone and see how it works. Hope you guys are all having an awesome day. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Just getting some 3D printing done. Testing out some props today. I think it would be hilarious to make a little video. Other people have said how crappy they are. Very interested to see the truth in my eyes. I don't know whose design it is. I downloaded it a while ago. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you.com. Oh, the hole size isn't even the right size for it. I'm realizing the hub hole is not the right size. That's awesome. Cool beans, Lambo. Let's see here. I'm just realizing the hole for this prop is the center hole is the wrong size for the motors. So that's kind of dumb. I guess I could drill them out. That'd be annoying. That's really annoying. At that point, I might try the other props and just stop at this point. For this style of prop, I think I might just change it over to, I have ones that are actual 5-inch ones that say, hopefully these ones, but the problem with these ones, they have so much more support on them. It's not really a good flat base except for the hub. Yeah, as you see, these ones here, they don't have a lot of support on the bottom. Just the hub sits on the bed. So getting them printed nice might be a little harder. You know, not a big fan. Not a big fan. And I do have these 5.1s. I don't think I'll have anything that will fit it. And then I've got these collections of different size props. Give these ones a try, I guess. Yeah, if you have the link for it, Lambo, I'll definitely take a look at it. I haven't seen that one around, but definitely curious. Now this one's finished printing. I can switch over to the other model and print the other ones that will work for me today. That's the hard part about having these printers. Just make sure the sizing and everything is correct before you get too ahead of yourself. Let's see here. Load memory card back into the computer because that's how I do it. I don't use any Octoprint or anything. Not worth it for me. So I want this to save to that. And then we'll give that one a try. Yeah, these are pretty cool. maybe I'll get to try these out on a different drone, or maybe I'll just drill out the hubs later on. But yeah, they don't seem to be as flexy as other people's, that's for sure. Yeah, Lambo, if you got a link for any of those files that you're talking about, let me know. Post them on up. And from the supports, all from the piece here. Make sure it's nice and clean. Sometimes a little bit of filament will give it little zits some places, so you got to make sure it's all cleaned off. You want to try and get these to be as balanced as possible, which is hard because these things aren't really the most balanced looking type things, but you have to make sure that they're a little bit closer to balanced when you spin them on, say, like a screwdriver shaft or something. That also makes sure that your hub is lined up properly. If your hub isn't lined up properly, then you're going to have issues. But yeah, not so bad. Nice and green. Looking for the description link. Here's a guy puts the designs out on Thingiverse. Okay. Check that in a second. Okay. All right. We'll get that other printed ones going right now, and then hopefully we'll have better luck because we need to have something to fly. So we'll get that thing printed up, those other 5-inch props. We'll come back to that. Let's go to the YouTube chat. All right, Lambo, thanks for the links. Let me check that out real quick here. This page loads. Come on. Sometimes the chat doesn't load for some reason on YouTube. It takes a minute or two for it to load up for me. Which is super weird. There we go. Okay. All right, there's his Thingiverse files and his printable files. Let's check them all out. I'm pretty sure these are the exact same files that I have downloaded. Yes, these are the exact same files I have downloaded. No, this one I don't have. Let's see, going back. Okay, save that there. Let's see these ones. I think I got it. So I have the Thingiverse files, but I didn't have one of the same files. The Thingiverse, and it's got them in two different spots, that's why. And it says ignore this version, v3 is much better, like in the summary. So these are all v2s and v1s that you like. But it does have v3 files that are better. Okay, so there's the v3s. Now I wonder if he says the v3s are old. Check out the v4s. Let's see, links down here. Older designs, original video. Design your own. Okay, yep. So v3s is even better. Anybody in the chat wants the link to that? Here we go. Okay. Got him covered. Yeah, check that out for sure. Off grid, if you're waiting for the mail for my package that I sent out, probably not going to get it. And the one that I'm going to send out soon is going to have to wait until I get my check on Thursday. And if I don't have enough money in my check on Thursday, then I'll have to wait until I get my EI, which will be probably, next to the end of the month type of thing. So sorry if you're looking forward to the package I was going to send. The way with things, me and my layoff right now, it's not going to be that great for money. So we'll be having to slow down on a lot of things. But yeah, thanks for appreciating and everything. But it's going to be a little bit slower for those kind of things, getting stuff out in the mail and stuff like that. So unfortunately, that's just going to have to be on hold. Yeah, let's load up these props instead here. Might even just cancel that print to save on filament. to first unpack it. All right, so get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Close that. Okay. This one. It's not even that it's expensive to ship you things. It's just expensive right now for everything. So the less I spend on anything right now, it's the better. Can't be late on rent and stuff like that and bills. So those got to be taken care of first. Once I know I have enough money for rent and bills this month, then no problem sending you a package. 2.5, 4-inch, 5-inch, 2.5. These look huge too. 5-inch by 2.5 by 3. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how much money I'm going to get for EI right now, so that's kind of scary. But they did say it's going to be only a week waiting period instead of like the usual 2 weeks, so that'll be nice. Right, let's see here. So these are the V3s. Let's share my screen. Well, these are really nice. Definitely going to put some supports. And looks like the hub is the right size this time. That's really good. And let's see, we'll go the same and see how much filament and how much time. The other ones are at 35 minutes, 45 minutes, so 10 minutes more. 10 minutes more. But we do have this print going still, kicking butt. I think I might just let this print. It's not going to take too much filament. Yeah, I'll definitely do a video of me testing the moat and flying with them. I don't know if I'll be able to do multiple cameras or anything, but I'm definitely not going to put a GoPro on this drone. It's just going to be GoPro facing the drone. Brandon Beans, what's up, man? Working on some props and 3D printing today, just hanging out. Hope you're doing well.
Into 3D printing, then this video may not be for you. No, wait, that's going to be terrible for my analytics if you click away right. Oh, if you're not into 3D printing, check out this cool video, which has a whole bunch of awesome 3D prints and enhance your life as an FPV pilot. In fact, if you don't have a 3D printer, you can just get somebody else to print them for you. Before we get into this list, I have to thank Heiko is his handle, and he is one of the moderators on my Discord, and he has created this list of super helpful 3D prints for people who are into FPV. As I said in the intro, if you're into 3D printing, then you could just download these files right now and print some of these things off immediately. If you're not into 3D printing, it's pretty cool, and printers aren't too expensive. So, you've got plenty of spare time and money to take up a whole nother fiddly hobby. Or you could just get someone to print them for you. Heck, you could even pay somebody to print them for you. I've got a roundup, a shootout of the top 3D printing services for FPV where you can just order prints. I'll put a link to that down in the video description when you're done watching this video. You can check that one out if you want to know where to order from. But let's get into the list of 3D prints. And as you would expect, there are links to these all down in the video description, so you can check them out yourself. Let's just start going through the list. And the very first one is going to be this Fat Shark DJI FPV goggles diopter lens adapter. If, like me, you wear glasses and you have the DJI system, you probably just wear your glasses underneath the DJI goggles. And depending on the glasses you've got, that may work, but it is a little bit annoying. I've actually been using these. I printed these out and have been using them for a while, and I can comment on them. They work really well. I had some Fat Shark lens inserts that I wasn't using, and I stuck them inside my DJI goggles. They work. But I will say, they are thick enough that when you put your goggles up on your head or your forehead, they really dig in. At least they did for me. So I've actually stopped using them because I found that annoying enough, and I just leave my goggles on underneath, which is also kind of annoying. Frankly, there are professional corrective lenses you can get for DJI goggles. I'll put a link to those down in the video description as well, but they cost money. Well, technically, these Fat Shark lenses also cost money. They were custom cut lenses. I already had them. It didn't cost me anything to do a 3D print and
Hey,
try them
thanks
out.
for the follow.
If you don't
3D
already
printed
have
decks.
lenses for your Star Trek goggles,
On Twitch.
just
Thanks
order
for being over
custom-made
there.
lenses for your DJI goggles, and you're good to go. Okay, moving on. Next up is this DJI digital FPV goggle screen protector. And no, these will not all relate to DJI goggles. Please stay around for if you're into analog. And if you have FPV goggles, you know that getting the sun in the goggles can burn the screens. And if you didn't know that, you need to know that. It only takes a few seconds, like probably not 2 seconds, but maybe 5 or 10 seconds of sun exposure into your lenses to burn your screens and destroy them. And I've seen more than one person who just got their DJI goggles and just doesn't know they have a freaking sticker on the lens saying,
we
don't
just
let the
watched
sun
that
get into
sketch,
the
Mark.
lens.
Welcome
But I
in.
think a lot of people don't realize that even like the sun shining into a window, if it's direct sunlight,
Awesome.
can do it. Or if you're under a tree and it's kind of dappled sunlight, but then there's a break in the tree in the branches and one good sunbeam hits those goggles. So anytime you've got your goggles, have them on your forehead, have them facing the ground, have them covered up in your bag. Always play it safe. Never just set it down and walk away. But if you've got this goggle screen protector, it could help. And it even has a way to hold the antennas. If you have to take the antennas off when you put them away, if you haven't like replaced your antennas with stubbies, which a lot of people do. Here we've got oh my God, another DJI one. Please don't go. Analog. We'll get into the analog other stuff soon. This is a antenna holder for the Cadix Vista. It's a very generic sort of thing. It'll probably work on a lot of different frames. You're going to print it out of TPU, so it'll have some flex. My favorite way of mounting Cadix Vista antenna, which is just to sort of, you could even take like a cutter and cut down that tube so it opens up. It doesn't look like it prints that way, but then you just slide the Cadix Vista antenna in there and put a couple zip ties around it to hold it in place, or you just jam it down in there if you're in the middle of a new build, and you can do that. Really great way to hold it. Chris Rosser might say that there's too much resonance because it's too floppy. But that's a topic for it. Here we've got a screen cover for the ISDT BG8S Batco Smart Battery Checker. This is actually my favorite battery checker. They are not cheap. What are they going for these days? They are, oh, look, there's my video. I did a review of these a while back when I first got them in 2017. Well, they're $30. That's a lot for a battery checker, but it is extremely easy to use, extremely full featured, and it is accurate. That's the key. A lot of these battery checkers, they're kind of not accurate. This one can even be calibrated the same way you calibrate an ISDT charger. I've got a video about how to do that, and I'll put that down in the video description. If you suspect your charger isn't reading right, like you've tested it against a multimeter and you want to calibrate it, there's a way to do that. So it's kind of expensive, but it's a really, really good battery checker. And if you do have it, you probably don't want the screen to get all scratched up. Or if you're like me, you just don't give a crap and you just scratch it up and you just like, screw it, I'll use it. Here is a nice 3D printed cover for it, if that's what you're into. Moving on. Here's the 3D printed cover for your Hobbymate or Hoda D6 Duo. Like they could be portable. This helps keep them from getting scratched up. Or if you're like me, you just don't give a crap. Moving on. Here, now this is really cool. I may print this. I'm really tempted by this because you can't see, but my wire is just hanging in a big spool in the back on the back of my shelf, and it's a big mess. This is pretty freaking slick. And one of the things that's slick about it is it's completely modular. So you can have it as wide as you need it to be. Holds those wire spools. And in fact, it looks like it's even got a built-in spool. It doesn't take your existing spools. You spool your wire onto it. So there'll be a little bit of work involved with moving the spool over, but I guess that's probably not the end of the world. That's really, really freaking slick. I like that a lot. Now, how does it hold the wire? It'd be even better if it had some like way to kind of retain the wire, little tab or something. Because I mean, he's got the wire all neatly laid in there. But is it actually going to do that, or is it just going to go? Blah, 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 blah? I don't know. Good question. What's holding it in there? What's holding the wire in there? I don't think anything is. Oh, well, it's 3D printed.
I like these colored wires.
Pretty slick. And speaking of slick things, this is a Crossfire Nano TPU holder, but not just for Crossfire, because I think there's a bunch of these things. What this for a lot of different receivers. I don't think he just makes them for Crossfire, but what it is a way of mounting your Crossfire receiver, and it basically folds open. It prints flat and folds over, and you can mount it on 30 by 30. You can mount it on 30 by 30, whereas a 20 by 20. He's got a 20 by 20 mount.
Pretty basic design.
He's got various, here's a mount for whatever receiver. Here's a plain old mount that just folds over. There's a whole bunch of different ways of doing this, but the thing that they have in common is that they all just fold over the receiver. They leave the bind button accessible. You're going to print it in clear TPU, and you'll be able to see the LEDs. Don't need heat shrink or anything like that. It both mounts and secures the receiver in a very, very clever way. Now, these look like they're only Crossfire. I think he also made some for Ghost and Express LRS. I don't think he just did Crossfire. So yeah, here's a Tracer antenna mount, same principle. Immortal T mount. Yeah, really slick. So really cool way to mount your antenna or your receiver. And it's easy to print because they print flat and then they fold over. So if you have a little bit of trouble with overhangs or that, then these are going to be really easy to print. Very cool. I need to print this. I got a lap RF and I need a stand for it. I got to print that. Yeah. Here we've got a Tango 2 module bay protector. If you don't like the exposed pins on the back of your Tango, well, first of all, if you've installed the module bay on the back of your Tango 2 and then you're worried about the pins being exposed because you don't have a module plugged in, here is a module bay protector. I guess this could work for any light module, probably. That's pretty nice. Here is TBS Tango 2 lanyard hook and stick guard ends combo. So it will both act as a lanyard hook, which the Tango 2 doesn't have by default. And if you have the Tango 2 Pro with the folding stick guards or the folding sticks, when you fold the sticks, it'll keep the sticks. I wish you'd show it folded. There's no photos of it folded. Seems like you could have done that. Well, who might have complained? It's free. Yeah, it'll keep the sticks from touching and scratching up the plastic. Pretty slick. Here's a good old SMA spinner nut to help you get your SMAs awesome. Good and tight.
You guys
don't over tighten them.
Got a couple extra.
You can damage them, but yeah. If you have a TS100 or any of the other similar styles of soldering irons, portable soldering irons, this is a very, very cool case for it. And it's cooler than it might look at first. It's completely modular, so you can print different versions of the two halves of the case depending on how you want it to be. These things here, are these also printable? Has he also got thing files for the bobbins?
In Winnipeg that has sponsored me just recently called Motor
These
Village.
Bobbins, it does look like that bobbin is printed, but I've also seen people just use regular sewing bobbins.
So welcome in.
Not to have a little bit of solder. See these bobbins here, you can have a little bit of solder. Here is a tool holder.
This is a cool little fancy.
See how that works? It does look
thing.
like it's printable. Not sure about that. That's supposed to be a little bobbin of solder, maybe a little bit of
kind of cool
rosin core solder, extra tips there. So really, really cool box. If you've got one of these, this is just a ball bearing, which is using as the soldering iron holder, so you don't melt your freaking box. Maybe print this out of PETG or another high temp just in case the heat gets to be enough. I don't know. Here we've got a printable micro SD card organizer. And I have to say, I love these. I have literally 3 of these right now. One for my 16 gig cards that I use for Blackbox, one for my 32 and 64 gig cards that I use for GoPro, and this is for cards that have footage on them that I need to not erase or lose. So anything in here, do not use it. Now, I buy these off of Amazon, for example. This is the exact thing that I've purchased. It's about $6 for one, and they do wear out over time. The plastic wears out and the tabs break off, so I've had to buy 2 or 3 of them in the few years that I've been using it. Really good. Obviously, if you have a 3D printer, you might be thinking, well, why wouldn't I just print it at home? This is a fairly advanced print, I think. I mean, all these fine details look really good when you have it in CAD, but when you actually go to print it, look at these little overhangs and tabs. I think you're going to need to have your printer fairly well tuned to get good results. And these results look great. Like, I don't know how do they do it? Are these overhangs? This looks like the first layer right here. So it looks like this was printed with this face down, and then everything else was an overhang. But like, how do you do? I don't know how it's printed. I think this is a really tricky print. So perhaps it might just be better to spend $5 and buy one. But it's a really, really good way to organize your SD cards. Here's a tiny whoop case and battery holder. Those of you who fly tiny whoops, you're familiar with this. This one's really nice. This one has been picked by Hero Psycho as like his favorite because it's got, I guess, because it's got these battery things around the side, holds your tiny whoop. Yeah, and you got various different versions. There's a version for fat batteries, stackable, etc. So pretty slick. For those of you who build your own power supply out of HP Generation 8 rack mount power supplies, here's a printable cover. This still allows some airflow, but it covers up the exposed. Oh, here's for a double stack if you're doing a 24-volt version. Yeah, it just covers up those exposed tabs while still letting the wires come out. And yeah, just live dangerously like I do. What's going to happen if you short circuit it? It's got protection. Anyway, for those of you who have Fat Shark HDO2 and you are annoyed that your focus adjustment is constantly getting bumped, these are focus protectors. How do they attach? You're just going to stick them on with double-sided tape? How are you going to do it? Yeah, double-sided tape. That's a little annoying. You might could, I mean, there are various ways you could do it. You might could use some kind of adhesive. I think this double-sided tape is fine, but it's going to keep them from getting bumped. But then will they stay in place? I mean, just shaking around, will they move? Will the IPD move? Yeah. I don't know if this one's a winner, but it's worth a try. Lastly, we've got this FPV drone wall motor hanger. This is really clever. And by the way, this is by Mute FPV, who has a really, really good YouTube channel. Check out Mute FPV on YouTube. His whole shtick is he doesn't talk. I don't know what that would be like, but yeah, information with no talking, just presented visually. How are you supposed to listen to that while you're doing other things and not paying attention? Maybe it's not for you. I hang things on my wall using 3M command hooks. In fact, I made a video about it. But yeah, I use these the large utility hooks, and I just use a rubber band, which goes around the motor, around the leg, and holds them in place. Now, he's come up with something even more clever because his version does not require a rubber band. It just attaches to the motor. You mount it on the wall with a screw, and it attaches to the motor, and you just hang the quad by the motor. That's really brilliant. I haven't printed a bunch of these. I like the fact that with the 3M command hooks, they attach with this sticky piece that you remove and it doesn't damage your wall. And so I kind of like the fact that they hold all my quads up without having to put screws in the wall. But if you want a little bit more of an elegant and attractive solution, this is it. And it doesn't just work with like 22 sized motors. It'll work with micro motors too. They're all round, right? I mean, I guess there's a maximum size beyond which it wouldn't work, but I don't really know what that is. Does it say? Nah, it doesn't say. Anyway, that's going to do it. Now I know you are thinking right now, but wait, there's this really great 3D print that you overlooked. Of course there is. There's a million awesome prints for FPV, and I would like to encourage you to leave links down in the video below to Thingiverse or wherever. Get the STS, and I will take a look, and I will go ahead and heart and thumbs up the comments for ones that stand out to me, at least for the next few hours or maybe days. Obviously, I'm not going to do it forever. So please don't feel offended if you leave a link and I don't heart or thumb up. But I'll be hanging around in the comments at least for a few hours after the video gets out. And I will definitely try to bubble those up to the top of the comments. Hopefully this can just be true. Prints. And Hero Psycho, he's one of the moderators on my Discord server, which is one of the privileges that you get if you join my Patreon, which is linked also down in the video description. For as little as $2 a month, you can feel great about supporting the content you consume, and you can hang out with all my other patrons. It's a pretty wholesome and helpful environment.
The prop guard needs some redoing, like a lot of redoing. Yeah, gonna figure that out. And basically, prop guards really suck.
this. It's fun playing around with it. Anyhow, though, I have the plans, the STL files, available on my website that you can download for approximately exactly $0. So you can go and get those. And I do have two versions. I have the original version and then the newer version, which we're going to look at in this video. But first, I want to say thanks to my sponsor, PCBWay, for this video. In case you don't know, PCBWay makes custom printed circuit boards on fast. So if any of that sounds interesting, go check them out. Linked it in the description to PC small frame. Now, what I did not show in the previous video was flying this thing out in the open. We did a rest, and so here's a look at that right now. Yeah. So this thing was actually surprisingly smooth and steady. I mean, for what it was. And I haven't done anything with the PID tuning or any of that stuff. So I was pretty pleased with that. Now, it does sound horrible. It sounds very, very bad because we have a lot of dirty, disturbed air that's getting blasted through the propellers. I did a few full throttle kind of like punch outs and some flybys, and they sound really horrible. So honestly, the sound alone, I feel like might be a reason that you would not want to fly this near people. And it's just like a very distracting sound. And obviously, if it's making that much noise, that means we're losing a lot of efficiency. Like something is, not working like it should if it's making that much noise.
Sounds pretty crazy, huh?
What a crazy idea.
I had planned to use Real Steady Go to stabilize the GoPro footage, but for some reason it just wasn't working. I don't know why, and that would have been a really big problem if this was like actually something that I really wanted to stabilize. Now you can see we do have some bumps, like just in straight and level flight. So we really shouldn't have bumps like that, kind of like wobbles. It may be because of the wind. It's pretty windy in this area.
Awesome footage though.
And then I'm going to do some rolls and some flips and kind of see if there's like a lot of bounce back or prop wash. There is some prop wash, which I mean, that's kind of to be expected. And again, this is just like a stock tune, and we're running the new Speedy B F7 mini stack. So overall, I mean, for what it is, I was actually pretty surprised with it, pretty impressed with it.
Very nice.
But I wanted to make some changes to the frame and make some improvements. So I hopped on good old Fusion 360, went boop, 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 slice, 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 move, 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 numbers, numbers. What I've done is I've lengthened the frame. So I've sort of stretched it out by 10 millimeters. And that is just enough so that the two diagonal propellers will not touch the propeller tips will not touch each other. And this is for 5-inch propellers. Now, the benefit of doing this is that we don't need as many spacers. So, because it's difficult to get the right screw length and all that stuff with all the spacers. And we're complicating things by extending the motors, farther from the frame and farther from the center of gravity, all that stuff. So really it just simplifies it by getting rid of those spacers. And so now we can just have basically 2 levels of propellers. And I also shortened the top frame, or the top plate that covers the electronics and holds the battery. This design really isn't that great. I basically just mimicked the first design. But yeah, all of the like the smooth curves, it looks kind of cool, but it's not super great for mounting.
Interesting.
The Focus Odin 5 bed, which is the 200 and as you can see, we have about 1.5 millimeters of space between the two diagonal propellers.
Wow.
And the weight of the new Vendrone frame, all up with the GoPro and the battery, is 688 grams. And for reference, here's my current main quad with a GoPro and the same size battery, and it weighs 811 grams. And just for reference, the GoPro Hero 9 weighs 159 grams, and the China Hobby Line Speedy Pizza Drone's 1200 milliamp hour 6S LiPo weighs 218 grams. And now that we have everything put together, we're going to do some indoor testing, and you're about to see me murder a LiPo accidentally. So I guess it was actually manslaughter or lipo slaughter. Anyway, now this is super unscientific, inconclusive data. I only did, one battery for each, but this gives us a very, very rough kind of idea of how this quadcopter will perform versus other configurations. So we're going to look at how it does without prop guards, with prop guards, and then we're going to look at a normal 5-inch quadcopter and use that for reference. We're going to see how long each one will hover for and also how loud each one is. And I think that's kind of an important factor that often gets overlooked. Now, I'm not going to make you sit through this whole thing, so let's get to the good parts. Without prop guards, and it hovered for about 5.5 minutes before it got down to 3.6 volts. Now, I kept flying because I'm silly and I wasn't able to read the voltage properly, and so I ended up killing the battery. So I ended up flying for about 7 minutes total, but I really should have stopped at about 5.5 minutes. Also, I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I put the amperage draw up on the OSD so that we can see that as well. And it looks like it maintained around 11 to 12 amps while it was hovering. And then, of course, it spiked up when I was doing those little punch outs and stuff. So as we can see, it says max current was 40 amps. It says we used about 1,400 milliamp hours, but these are only 1,200 milliamp hour batteries, so that must be off by a little bit. But the point is, we used up way too much. Now let's see how that compares to my standard 5-inch drone. Honestly, it did pretty good. I hovered this one and did, a few little punch outs because I couldn't help myself for about 6.5 minutes, about 1 minute longer in flight than the Vendrone.
It's so crazy.
Honestly, considering the difference in the spaced out propellers versus the overlapping propellers, that's actually surprisingly not a very big difference between the two. Now let's see how the Vendrone does with the prop guard basket. Another problem with this prop guard is that the way I designed it, it didn't print properly, so it's not actually tall enough to keep the motors from touching the ground when it takes off. So I had to kind of put it on a couple items to lift the motors up to take off. I mean, you could take off anyway, but you're just going to kind of scratch up the motors and scratch up whatever you're taking off of. Anyway, that doesn't really matter, but it's something to think about, I guess. Now, the good news is the prop guards do work. I put this piece of foam board up on the wall and bumped into it a bunch of times, and it worked pretty darn great. If those weren't guarded, it'd be chopping up the wall and, things would be bad. But it worked great, so that's nice. And it is totally flyable. Like, you could totally fly this like a little Cinewhoop thing. But it's really loud. It's very loud. I was wearing headphones because this is just really, really loud. You'll notice that we are drawing a lot more current, about 30% more current. So around like 17 or 18 amps versus the 11 or 12 amps of the non-prop guarded version. And the total flight time is actually surprisingly close at about 4 minutes, 50 seconds. So about, 40 seconds less, which is kind of surprising. I'm not really sure how that works because we're drawing like a lot more amperage. So you'd think it would be a lot less. But anyway, now talking about the noise, here's a quick comparison.
Wow, there's so much cleaner. Much quieter.
And now it's time to take it outside for an outdoor hover test. I wanted to fly it with the basket on because that's kind of the point of this whole quadcopter is you would have the prop guards on here. So it does fly, but man, was it getting buffeted around by the wind. It was quite a gusty day. And so, part of that is like to be expected. Okay, like you've got prop guards or ducks or whatever. Those just aren't going to do well in the wind. Circulation stuff from hovering over the table. So once I get away from the table, it stops and it smooths out. So that's not too bad. It's not doesn't seem to terribly affect the performance vibration wise, as long as it has some clean airflow under it. I wanted to test out the agility with the basket on there, and as you can see, I tried to do a little roll. And this was a combination of that I didn't realize how low I had set the rates, and then also how slowly this thing would roll because of like the increased air resistance. And so I wasn't able to complete the roll all the way, and I ended up smashing into the ground, which was great durability testing for the prop guards, which is obviously the point all along. The prop guards, I mean, mostly it was intact, and it did seem to kind of take the brunt of the impact, which could be good. It did break the prop guards, so I just peeled off the part that was broken, and then I was actually able to still fly this, although that is not ideal. And I flew it around a little bit more, even with halfway broken prop guard, and I did a couple more like flips and rolls, and it performed decently. But I have not actually taken it out and really like tried to rip around with the prop guard on. And honestly, it's been super windy. And it just kind of makes me think like, yeah, this thing just really isn't good for outdoors wind stuff. So kind of back to the drawing board on that one. So basically the potential upside of this design, which is the compactness, is totally negated by the downside, which is that you have to have like this really large prop guard thing, at least this version of it. And that it doesn't really fly very well in the wind or with a prop guard. So yeah. So anyway, we could probably improve on that. If you want to improve on that, let me know if you want to design a new prop guard for that or something. Anyway, so there's some cool slow-mo of it flying and all that stuff. And then I also flew my regular 5-inch drone just to get a comparison. And honestly, this thing was getting buffeted around by the wind as well. So it wasn't just the Ven. But here's a comparison of just how it looks, because it looks really cool, and also how it sounds, because it's much quieter. And just for reference, for fun, here's kind of what is now sort of an old school Cinewhoop. And this thing was flying like trash because I think I changed the PIDs around and I forgot to like update that for this setup that I just built. So ignore that. But you can get an idea for the sound. This thing is running 3-inch 5-bladed propellers and a 4-cell battery, because this thing is not 6-cell capable yet. The motors aren't made for 6-cell. So pretty pathetic, but kind of gives you an idea of, the technology just like a couple years ago. Pretty darn amazing. And all this brings me to the conclusion that I'm not so sure that this is a very beneficial design. It seems to create just as many problems as it potentially solves. But, that's how we innovate and, create new stuff and potentially solve other problems. So if you want to download this yourself and you can modify it, you can get that on my website at rcwithadam.com. Link down in the description. Just please do not, like sell this design or like don't steal my design, okay? Because I designed it. But you can download it, print it, play around with it. And yeah, just remember, if you've got some kind of cool design or thing that you need to create and you're like, man, this thing has got to be made, go and do it. Creators got to create. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, remember, folks, if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. That's what old Doc Brown told me. Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay
I'm out here jamming and trying to get some things fixed here, but my screwdriver, I put it in too deep, and I don't have another Allen key to tighten and loosen this. So I kind of screwed myself. So I can't loosen some of these. So it just keeps turning. And I'm trying to put a new strap in, and it's really being a pain in the ass. Because what they did at TBS is they have this little bit of a flap here for the Velcro, which makes it really hard to put things through holes. And I don't have any cutters or a lighter. Damn it. I really should have brought more things with me today. But it's okay because people are out and about today. And this is a flight field here in Coquitlam, but yet people are parking here and walking their dogs, and it's pretty fucking nuts. But like I said, so you have to deal with more and more people in this world getting out, trying to find nature. I don't know. People think everything's a dog park nowadays. It's kind of weird. Fun fight.
I get it.
All right. Well, I found a really cool fucking spot that I'm gonna fly at today. Been wanting to fly here for a little while, so finally made the trek. It's a 2-hour drive from Vancouver. Not gonna tell you exactly what it is or where it is, but the title should give you an idea for this video. But here's where I'm flying. Way up in there. Check out the scenery. All right. So hope you like the video. Check it out. Hell yeah, you made it back. Fuck yeah. Let's go again. A lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
You're sick on a sunny afternoon. You are tired of staying in. You are waiting for a sign. Mayfly walking up when skies appear. I don't mind you coming near. Give me company till she comes again. You are the one who's making do. I am the one who's privy to. Cause you saw him in the park. Cause you saw him at the bridges with the people in the dark. Okay, now was the start of something big. You are there in the beginning. You are there to see it big. Mayfly walking up when skies are blue. I don't mind the sight of you. Keep me company till she comes again. You are the one who's making you. I am the one who's privy to. Cause you saw him at the celebration, standing at the side. You had the move to save the day, and you would love him anyway. You're sick, you came back upon yourself. You are the one left on the shelf. You are incapable of playing the fool. Longing for what's different today. To send the boy and girl away. You are concerned with matters lofty. The puzzle's how it makes you sick. Your diary's looking like the Bible with its verses lost in time, lost in meaning for the people who surround you. It's a crying shame, you know it's a crying shame. You know it's a crying shame. Mayfly walking up when skies are blue. I don't mind the sight of you. Keep me company till she comes again. Mayfly walking up when skies are clear. I don't mind you coming near. Keep me company till she comes again. La 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 la, she comes again. La 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 la, she comes again. La 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 la.
On Cracker Island it was born, to the collective of the dawn. They were planting seeds at night, to grow a made-up paradise, where the truth was not a tune, and its sadness I consumed into my formats every day. In the end I had to pay. In the end I had to pay. Nothing more to say. They taught themselves to be a cow. They didn't know its many strategies. They taught themselves to be a cow. They didn't know its many strategies. On Cracker Island it was raised by the collective from the grave. for solitude. And its sadness I consume into my formats every day. In the end I had to pay. Out there on my silver lake. In the end it will be great. I'm like a ship between the tides. I held on, I survived. They taught themselves to be a coward. They didn't know as many strategies. They taught themselves to be a coward. They didn't know as many strategies. On Cracker Island, China collective in the sky, and on a shining boat of light, go up to paradise, where the truth is all change, and it's sadness I consume. I drank too much into my formats every day. I drank too much. In the end I had to pay. In the end I had to pay. In the end I'll be okay.
Hold my breath just so I can hold you closer. Hold my heart just so I can feel it break. I'm alive, but I would never be a loner. To never love in all of my days. When it's my darkest, love is the hardest. The faster I go. Gold in my pocket, I made a promise. And harder I hold. Love it like I can't love it till my love runs out. Give it like I can't give it till I hit the ground. Never love myself enough to let it down. I love until I'm never the count. I love until I'm never the count. I love until I'm never the count. The pull me deep under the current, but I won't let myself come on up for air. Get too much even though you never earned it. Sometimes I wish that I didn't care. When it's my darkest, love is the hardest. The faster I go. Gold in my pocket, I made a promise. And harder I hold. Love it like I can't love it till my love runs out. Give it like I can't give it till I hit the ground. Never love myself enough to let it down. I love until I'm never the count. I love until I'm never the count. I love until I'm never the count. I love until I'm never
All right. Hopefully this records. This is a LiPo battery with bi-blades. Let's fucking go.
Whew. That was the last pack, and that was the best pack. That was awesome. Hope you guys liked the footage. Check me out on YouTube, which you're watching right now. Thanks for watching.
First off, I am 35 years old. I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river. You're using your paper not for writing, but for rolling doobies. You're going to be doing a lot of doobie rolling when you're living in a van down by the river.
All right. So I'm all the way out in Chilliwack Lake area. Well, technically Chilliwack River. I'm almost at the lake. But I decided to stop and find a cool spot to fly. So hopefully that will be one of my destinations today. If not, maybe up there as well. Who knows where we'll fly today. But it's definitely going to be up. don't know if you guys got to see that, but that was fucking awesome. Cheers on that one. Almost a full battery. Almost the entire length I could have went, but I probably could have went farther. Not going to risk it. Thank you.
In a prison of fire, alone in the darkness of wire. We fell in love, alone on a stage, under reflective age. Entre la nuit, l'aurore, entre le royaume des vivants et des morts. If this is heaven, I don't know what it's for. If I can't find you there, I don't care. I found the connector. Just reflector. We'll see you on the other side. We all got things to hide. Just a reflection, a reflection, a reflection, a reflection, a reflection. We'll see you on the other side. We all got things to hide. Our song escapes on little silver discs. Our love is plastic, not break it to bits. I want to break free, but will they break me? Down, 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 don't mess around. I thought I found a way to end you. I thought I found the connector. This is a reflector. It's just a reflector. Turns out it's just a reflector. Just a reflector. Thought you were bringing to the resurrector. Turns out it's just a reflector. Just a reflector. Thought you were bringing to the resurrector. Turns out it was just a reflector. Just a reflector. Just a reflector. See you on the other side. against the tomorrow. So I guess I'll just believe that tomorrow never comes. I said tonight, I'm living in the forest of a dream. I know the light is not as it would seem. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This night will never go. On the night is my heart, city light, thinking girl. In the day, living my it's the night, time to matter. You take self-control. Sit down and live and only for the night. For the moment, the soul is gone. You take my self-control. I live among the creatures of the night. I haven't got the will to try and fight against the wind tomorrow. So I guess I'll just believe it. Tomorrow will know. I said, hey, I'm living in the forest of a dream. I know the night is not as it looks. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This night will never go. You take yourself, you take self-control. You take yourself, you take my self-control. You take yourself, you take my self-control. You take yourself, you take my self-control. I will not the creatures of the night. I haven't the will to try and fight. I'm living in the forest of the dream. I know that life is not as it would seem. It's love, city light, living good. You take my self-control. You take my self-control. You take my
Here I am again in this mean old town, and you're so far away from me. And where are you when the sun goes down? You're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. So far I just can't see. You're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. I'm tired of being in love and being all alone. When you're so far away from me, I'm tired of making out on the telephone. 'Cause you're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. You're so far I just can't see. You're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. been in the rain, then you're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. You're so far, I just can't see. You're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. So far away from me. Oh, you're so far away from me. Yeah, you're so far away from me. So far away from me. Yeah, you're so far away from me. So far away from me. So far away. So far away from me. So far away. So far away from me. Yeah, so far away from me. It's so far away from me.
we were just friends. 'Cause I miss you, baby. And I've got those feelings again. I guess I'm all confused about you. I feel so in love, oh baby. What can I do? I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Oh baby, I've been thinking about you. Ooh. Hey, suddenly we're strangers. I watch you walking away. She was my one temptation. Oh, I did not want to stay. Deep down, I'm still confused about you. Oh, yes, I am, baby. I feel so in love. Oh, baby, what can I do? I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about you. Got you on my mind. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Oh, I'm thinking about you. Got you on my mind. Hey, what good is being here without you? I wanna know. I feel so in love, oh baby. What can I do? I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Ooh, yeah. I've been thinking about you. Oh, baby. Can't get you off my mind. I've been thinking about you. You with me, baby. I think about you all the time. About you. Oh, baby. You on my mind. I've been thinking about you.
Be good now. 'Cause nothing ever doesn't change, but nothing changes much.